Well, this is a good way for Europe to come together in the broader context.
Je cherche à aller là-bas, tu n'y arriveras pas. Moi, c'est pareil.
Greetings from Finland. Great to be here in Armenia. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for organizing this wonderful meeting. Dinner was good.
First off, I'm grateful for the invitation from President Costa. If you look at it from the security one mark after the other. Yes, good morning. It's good to be back. It's good to be seen. Great show. I'm successful. Well, I mean, this is a European community. The United States is not a member, but I have no doubt that global affairs will be discussed. As you know, as we know, there has been some disappointment on the U.S. side when it comes to European reaction to what's happening now in the Middle East and the campaign of Israel and the U.S. against Iran. But I would also argue that what I'm hearing from all my contacts with European leaders is that European leaders have gotten the message, they've heard the message. Just one question, then I have to go.
What do you think about removing? Well, as I just mentioned to your colleagues, not going into
This is the longest red carpet ever.
Prime Minister, what's your plan for the next summit?
że możemy na chwilkę na dodatkowo
Będziemy się widzieć w samolocie.
Hugo.
Prime Minister wants us to propose to be. Prime Minister.
Questions.
Specifically, we want to get in on this EU loan scheme to Ukraine. Why do you think the EU is going to be more cooperative than they were over social?
Let me deal with both of those issues. In relation to the wider point, we're facing a war on the front. The Ukraine war is now in Iran. Both of those are everything.
Ask me.
Prime Minister, just one question, please. Due to the situation in the world,
areas. First is energy. We are too much over-dependent on imported fossil fuels and therefore always dependent on volatile global markets. We have to increase our assets at home in Europe, and these are the renewable energies and nuclear energy because they are homegrown, they are cheaper, and they are reliable. Second topic where we need more independence is defense and security. We have to step up our military capabilities to be able to defend and protect ourselves. There is a vast amount of money available for the investment. We have to step up and speed up the process. Reliable supply chains. And for that, we're reaching out to like-minded countries. Just America, India, Australia, and I will go to Mexico, because with like-minded friends who have stable, reliable supply chains, and Europe has this network.
Madame von der Leyen, for local media,
great to be here in Yerevan. We have the European Political Community meeting, and Europe is not that different.
but also resilience. Well, I don't see yes, of course, Armenia is making their own decisions, and in Armenia we have the elections coming already in a month. So European perspective is also on the table, but eventually the Armenians will decide.
Hello, good morning. What the Council of Europe
I think we are here
The
really
main
to
corridor
speak
is
about
very
security in Europe.
important. I mean, what we see happening in the Middle East, everybody is looking at also how to diversify the trade routes and diminish the risks of one trade route being closed. And that's why the connectivity and these routes are extremely important. Of course, we need to see what we can do in this respect and who are our partners as well.
What about relationship between Georgia and European Union?
One question.
bilateral. We will speak about also the number of different leaders. We will welcome them in Poland. And the second point about our way to EU. Yes, on this way we are very thankful to Poland for their support, and this is so important for us. And you know that, I don't remember, during week a little bit more, so 90 billion was unblocked for us. It's very important for support, and it's very important to strengthen Ukraine. And so now we will speak about what days we can have the packages of this money to strengthen our people. So we have a lot of issues what to discuss with Donald.
Mr. President,
President Zelensky, is NATO dead without Donald Trump?
Sorry?
Is NATO dead?
Kaukasista käsittelyt saakka rolia kanssa, mutta nyt on syytä.
Morning, everybody. Couple of points. About keeping stability, security, and supporting freedom and democracy. Second topic is not most important, keep supporting Ukraine.
what do you think about removing American soldiers for general?
There is someone from communication here, from the host. Because someone has to organize that. There is only one microphone for all the leaders. I mean,
Here, yes?
Evet canım doğru. Mów się sam też.
Prime Minister, please further short command. Please, for the Georgian media, please.
This is not something we were taught. It is lived. It is inherited. It is part of who we are. So we ask, where does a civilization begin? With power? With land? With monuments? Or with something quieter? Something that listens. Something that remembers. Something that connects. Long before temples, before written law, before cities, there were stones.
They did not speak. They stood watch.
At the sources of water, the sources of life. They were called Vishepakar, dragon stones. They were guardians, symbols of elemental force, of awakening, of abundance. Here, water demanded balance. It had to be shared, managed, and sustained. And in that, a culture of coexistence took shape. Over time, this way of living together found expression. It became ritual. It became celebration. Vardavar, a celebration of life and joy. When people come together in the simple act of splashing water on one another. Water is part of daily life everywhere. And here, it shaped the way people gather, share, and live together. It built not only temples of stone, but a shared spirit. That spirit found many forms. It spoke in many ways. In a gentle rhythm shaped into words. Took form, they changed and grew, flowing like our language. Water became a path for devotion. From devotion came culture. Culture is not a monument. It is a flow. It lives in rhythm, in silence, in movement. It speaks through image, through gesture, through time. Like water, it never repeats itself. Like water, we have grown and transformed, creating, innovating, changing shape, reaching outward, building connections. Sometimes an idea born here travels outward, like water from its source. Sometimes a single drop can change the course. Today, Armenia stands on a wave of momentum and progress, moving towards a better future, a brighter tomorrow. We have always been a crossroads, where paths meet, where ideas converge, where cultures and people come together. And like water finding its way through stone, these currents have never stopped moving, shaping us, carrying us forward. Water does not divide. It connects shores, people, continents. This is how water moves. This is how ideas move. Europe, too, is a shared current. Different histories, different voices. Moving toward one horizon. Moving toward harmony. us unite at this crossroads for peace, for unity. Let us stand together, not as separate shores, but as one flow. So let us continue our journey together. Distinguished leaders, may we kindly invite you to the stage for the family photo.
with the support and participation of US President Donald Trump, President of Azerbaijan and I adopted peace declaration. The US President also signed it as a witness. In the presence of the three leaders, foreign ministers of Armenia and Azerbaijan initialed the agreement on the establishment of peace and interstate relations between the Republic of Armenia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. And now we are on the way to implement a very important project, Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity, which will contribute to peace by unblocking regional routes and creating new international routes from east to west, from south to north, tremendously contributing to international supply chains stability. Dear friends, now we have peace with Azerbaijan. It is already 2 years that we have had no casualties as a result of shootings with Azerbaijan. And these are unprecedented years since our independence. Now we are working closely with Azerbaijan to strengthen and institutionalize the peace of our two countries. And this is the first time when President of Azerbaijan is participating in an event taking place in Armenia, although online. But hopefully I will have the opportunity to visit Azerbaijan in 2028 for the EPC 10th summit. Armenia and Azerbaijan, by the way, reciprocally supported each other's candidacy to host EPC summits. Excellencies, for us many things happened in EPC summits and are happening now for the first time ever. My first bilateral meeting with the President of Turkey took place on the margins of the mentioned first EPC summit in Prague. And now the Vice President of Turkey is here to participate in Yerevan's EPC summit and is the first Vice President of Turkey to come to Armenia. The Presidents of North Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, the European Parliament, Prime Ministers of the United Kingdom, Italy, Spain, Croatia, Ireland, Andorra, Finland, Estonia, Luxembourg, Norway, Slovenia, Kosovo, Liechtenstein are visiting Armenia for the first time ever. This is another reason to consider this summit historic for Armenia, not to mention the very summit of its own, which is the first European event of this scale hosted by Armenia ever. Dear friends, thank you for co-authoring this history for Armenia. Of course, this summit is important for international context as well, especially now that the world faces growing multiple challenges from Ukraine to the Middle East. I dare to hope that as a result of our discussions and decisions, this summit could bid for becoming historic for international peace and stability as well. And I wish us success and persistence to achieve this goal, not necessarily in Yerevan, but hopefully in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, dear friend, I now declare the 8th Summit of the European Political Community open and wish us productive, substantive and forward-looking discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now it is my pleasure to invite President Antonio Costa to deliver his remarks. Please, Mr. President.
Prime Minister, Altesse Royale, dear colleagues, I would like to warmly thank Prime Minister Pashinyan for hosting us here in Yerevan for the summit of the European Political Community. And I would like also like to thank you all for coming in presence and President Aliyev to be here with us by VTC. Today's European Political Community Summit is truly historic. It is historic because for the first time the EPC meets here in the South Caucasus, and because it places Armenia in the heart of Europe, which is exactly where it belongs, in light of its long and rich history. It is historic because today's summit has been made possible by the agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan. That agreement is a story of peace in Europe that must be celebrated in a world where escalation and war seem to dominate. Thanks to this agreement and improved relations between Turkey and Armenia, the region has embarked on a transformative path. Interconnected strategic industries, markets, transport corridors, digital networks and energy interconnections. They do more than move goods, data, electricity and people. They build trust, create jobs and bind neighbours together through practical cooperation and shared growth. And the European Union stands ready to be a reliable partner in turning this vision into reality, to ensure the irreversibility of this momentum of peace and opportunities for prosperity. It is vital to strengthen Armenian democracy and fight external interference and misinformation. The future of Armenian democracy lies in the hands of the Armenian citizens only. There is a third reason why today's summit is historic. For the very first time, we have invited a non-European guest, the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, to participate in a summit of the European political community. Welcome, Mark. The geopolitical situation in Europe finds itself with the ongoing Russian war of aggression against Ukraine and the conflict in the Middle East, demonstrates that our continent needs a 30-60-degree vision for its security. In a world of growing chaos, that vision must be guided by one clear, overarching principle. Europe must be at the forefront of the defense of the rules-based international order, anchored in the United Nations Charter as the main pillar of the multilateralism. But the world of today is not just marked by growing instability. There is a second important trend, the world's increasing multipolarity. This is a trend that requires a multipolar partnership to promote peace and to ensure shared prosperity. On all these levels, Canada is more than a like-minded, it is a close partner. Canada shares Europe's 360-degree global vision of security. Canada wants to build together with us a principles-based international order anchored on international law and international humanitarian law. Canada is a champion of multilateralism with the United Nations system at its heart. And Prime Minister Carney is an outspoken advocate of a multipolar partnership. It is therefore very fitting that Canada is the first ever non-European guest of an EPC summit. Welcome, Mark. You are among friends here. But the EPC is about more than just building a common European principled vision for peace and prosperity. It is also about using that vision into reality on energy, on connectivity, on democratic resilience, the themes of this year's roundtables. And I'm glad that again, like in the previous summits, the EPC will be a catalyst for action. Action in support of Ukraine, Moldova and Armenia, and also in building a European coalition against drugs. And I would like to thank Emmanuel and Georgia for further advancing this important initiative. I would like to end where I started, by thanking Prime Minister Pashinyan for hosting us today, but also, in fact, mainly, for the courageous political decisions he has taken to bring Armenia closer to the European Union. The direction of travel is unmistakable, and an important milestone on that path is tomorrow's first ever European Union-Armenia Summit right here in Yerevan. And that is worth celebrating. But today is about the European political community, and I wish you all a successful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your substantive and forward-looking remarks. And now I would like to invite to have a speech President Volodymyr Zelensky. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Dear leaders, it's important that this broad format works. And I thank Armenia and Prime Minister Pashinyan for the hospitality, good organization. Of course, I have to start from this. This is very important. We wish Armenia and Azerbaijan only peace, of course, sustainable, comprehensive, long-lasting peace. We wish you, Prime Minister, we wish President Aliyev, and we wish both your two nations. And so many countries are represented here today. It matters that Armenia stands here with all Europeans. And for the first time in 24 years, by the way, a visit by the President of Ukraine. This means a lot. And it shows the scale of our unity, all those who value life. And I agree with Antonio. Absolutely, I'm glad Mark Carney is with us, and it's time to turn our shared values with Canada into more joint opportunities for Canada and Europe. Dear friends, the challenges are clear, absolutely. First, we all see it, the war in Iran remains unresolved, and it could cause instability for a long time, and it may raise the cost of living in all our countries these years. And this could lead to major political shifts. So first of all, our energy and security cooperation needs to be real cooperation, and we need to help each other prepare for winter and deal with energy challenges. And we should also push for a long-term solution for the Strait of Hormuz and for the people of Iran. Second, Russia's war against Ukraine and Europe continues just as hard as before. And this summer will be a moment when Putin decides what to do next, expand the war or move to diplomacy, and we must push him toward diplomacy. Russia has announced a May 9 parade in Moscow without military equipment. If that happens, it will be the first time in many, many years they cannot afford military equipment, and they fear drones may buzz over Red Square. This is telling. It shows they are not strong now. So we must keep the pressure by sanctions on them. And I thank you for the 20th sanctions package. I'm thankful to all the leaders, to EU, Antonio, Ursula, thanks very much, and especially those sanctions against Russian oil, the military industry and Russian banks. We must continue this pressure. We must move Russia to diplomacy. Please oppose any ideas to ease sanctions. This is important. And thank you also to those who are fighting against Russia's shadow oil fleet. Third, as long as this war continues, strong support for Ukraine must continue. Every support package matters, especially air defense. Every contribution to the Pearl program matters. And we need new Pearl packages this year, this May. This helps us defend against the ballistic threats. And I believe Europe should be able to produce everything it needs to defend against everything, all the ballistic attacks and all other weapons on its own. We offer a contribution to Europe's defense, our drone deals. They bring countries together, and we need strong protection across Europe from drones and all attacks, potential attacks, and in the air, at sea, and on land. Drone deals mean joint work, joint production, shared protection. Let's move forward on this. And one more thing, we need to focus on what we will do if Russia does not end this war. We need continued pressure and we need peace. And of course, it's number one, we need to find a workable diplomatic format. And Europe must be at the table in any talks. And we are in contact with the United States and we understand their views and positions, but it would be good to develop one common European voice for talks with Russians. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for your remarks. And now I invite President Ilham Aliyev, who is joining us via video connection, to deliver his speech. Please, Mr. President.
And greetings from Baku. First of all, I'd like to express gratitude to President Costa for the invitation to address the 8th EPC Summit. During President Costa's visit to Azerbaijan less than 2 months ago, we discussed my participation at the summit and agreed that I will join in the video format. I'd like also to inform the audience that during my meeting with President Costa and President von der Leyen in Tirana a year ago, they asked my opinion about the idea to organize May 2026 summit in Armenia. I supported that, and in my turn asked, in order to preserve the balanced approach, to hold one of the next summits in Azerbaijan. Proposal was accepted, so I invite the members of EPC to Azerbaijan in May 2028. And by the way, Armenia also supported our candidacy. This is a clear indication that peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia is a reality. We live in peace for only 9 months, and we are learning to live in peace. Last August in Washington, in the White House, leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan signed a joint declaration. President Trump, as it was already mentioned, signed it also as a witness. Foreign ministers of Armenia and Azerbaijan initialed the text of the peace agreement for us, and I'm sure for our Armenian partners, the peace is done. After the de facto peace was achieved, Azerbaijan unilaterally lifted all transit restrictions to Armenia imposed in the beginning of the 90s. Up to now, 28,000 tons of cargo to Armenia was delivered through the territory of Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan went even further. We started to supply our oil products, gasoline and diesel, for the first time to Armenia, thus starting their trade relations. So far, 12,000 tons of our oil products have been exported to Armenia. Another achievement of peace is connectivity. Trump route for international peace and prosperity will connect Azerbaijan with its exclave, Nakhchivan. Along with that, this route will be part of the Middle Corridor. Both Armenia and Azerbaijan already see the practical benefits of peace. Using this opportunity, I'd like to express gratitude to the European Commission for its position on Armenia-Azerbaijan peace process. But unfortunately, not all the European institutions demonstrate the same approach. One of them is European Parliament, another Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Azerbaijan is a member of the Council of Europe since January 2001. By the way, I, then head of Azerbaijani delegation, as a member of Parliament, was one of the active members of PASEH. Our delegation was never under any restrictions in the Council of Europe until January 2024. On September 2023, Azerbaijan put an end to separatism in Karabakh. We ourselves implemented 4 UN Security Council resolutions adopted in 1993 and remained on paper for 30 years. 4 months after that, PASEH imposed sanctions on our delegation. Unfortunately, double standards is today a kind of a modus operandi for PASEH. Azerbaijan's territorial integrity has the same value that of any other country, and in this issue, double standards are unacceptable. Now about European Parliament. This gathering, instead of supporting the peace process, prefers to sabotage it. Since May 2021, 6 months after the end of the Second Karabakh War, until 30th April 2026, European Parliament adopted 14 resolutions full of insults, lies about Azerbaijan. Just imagine, 14 resolutions in 5 years, kind of an obsession. The last one, only 4 days ago, deliberately right prior to the summit. Instead of addressing fundamental problems of some member states, such as xenophobia, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, migration, competitiveness, problems of the homeless people, European Parliament targets Azerbaijan, spreading slander and lie. And the reason is that Azerbaijan restored its territorial integrity and sovereignty, put an end to separatism, and brought war criminals to justice. In response, Parliament of Azerbaijan on May 1st decided officially to suspend cooperation with the European Parliament in all areas, cease participation in the activities of the EU-Azerbaijan Parliamentary Cooperation Committee, and initiate the procedures for termination of membership in the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. Taking into account that during EPC summits we openly exchange our views and our concerns, I just wanted to inform our colleagues with what is happening in this respect so that there will be no misinformation and manipulation with the followed decision. In conclusion, I'd like to congratulate Prime Minister Pashinyan with EPC summit in Armenia and say that despite all the efforts of those who want to hinder the process, Azerbaijan is committed to peace agenda, and the remarks of my Armenian colleague clearly demonstrate that. I wish the summit success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, dear friends, I would also like to note that, as it was said, the first time in the European Political Community Summit format, we are joined by Prime Minister Mark Carney. Dear Prime Minister, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Pashinyan, for that introduction. I'd like to thank you and President Costa for the very kind invitation to this summit and your leadership at this pivotal time for Europe and the world. Et je tiens à saluer le président Macron pour son initiative visant à créer cette rencontre. Comme en témoigne l'agenda aujourd'hui, sa vision, votre vision, ta vision, c'est une fois de plus révélé prémonitoire. I join others in saluting the progress that's been made on peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and I welcome the presence of President Aliyev. I'd like to say thank you again for the invitation. I do think that it is fitting that Canada is the first non-European country to join this forum, as we are the most European of non-European countries. We share a triple alignment of history, of values, and trust. Our histories are deeply intertwined. I'll refer back to the water analogy that we just witnessed with the opening ceremony, but it's personified by tens of millions of Canadians of European descent, including more than 60,000 Armenians. Our shared values are born of that common history: freedom, rule of law, democracy, pluralism. And these values shape our relationships, determine our priorities, and point to our common future. Canada has consistently stood up for these values, including in recent years. From our membership of the Coalition of the Willing as one of the largest per capita contributors to Ukraine, to our leadership of the NATO Brigade in Latvia, our intensifying cooperation with the Nordic countries, UK and Germany, on Arctic security, and our role as the only non-European participant in the European mission in Armenia. We're demonstrating not just the strength of our values in defending the rules-based international order, as you rightly mentioned, Antonio, but also the value of our strength. And that's necessary because the world is undergoing a rupture across several dimensions: in technology, in energy, in commerce, and geopolitics. Integration is being used as a weapon by some, and the rules are not constraining the hegemons. Now, we have to actively take on the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. We know nostalgia is not a strategy, but we don't think that we're destined to submit to a more transactional, insular, and brutal world. And gatherings such as these point to a better way forward. I think I'll close my remarks with a few observations on strategic autonomy, recognizing that security and prosperity today extend well beyond the traditional areas of food, energy, and defense, important as they are, to include space-based communications, semiconductors, digital sovereignty, critical minerals, independent payment systems, clean energy, and vaccines. And our strategic imperative is to build these sovereign capabilities with the most trusted partners, and that creates enormous opportunities for partnership between Canada and Europe. We view ourselves as highly complementary to your economic and security goals. That's demonstrated through the work we're doing with the presidencies on the new EU-Canada Strategic Partnership of the Future, building deeper relationships from digital to defense, supply chains to security. We're honored to be the first non-European country as part of the EU SAFE initiative. We would observe that in the last year, we have struck $18 billion worth of critical minerals deals across 20 of the world's leading critical minerals. The way to look at this is we are warehousing these to look for government-to-government deals with our close partners and under the rubric of the G7 first and foremost, but then more broadly. We're working with European partners across the technology stack, from hardware, cloud infrastructure, artificial intelligence, and space. And as we'll discuss later, we are an energy superpower, third largest oil producer, fourth largest natural gas, largest hydro renewable base. We're committed to addressing climate change while providing reliable, affordable energy to our citizens and partners. In closing, we're here because of your invitation. Again, thank you for that. But we're here because of the moral and security imperatives of our cooperation in the Caucasus, in the Baltics, in Ukraine, across Europe, and also because of the immense potential for our partnerships to build a better more prosperous, sustainable, and just world for our citizens. And I'll close with this. It's my strong personal view that as the international order will be rebuilt, but it will be rebuilt out of Europe. And so I'm very appreciative of the symbolism of this invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for your insightful and valuable remarks. Excellencies, dear friends, let me express my appreciation to all speakers for their thoughtful and substantive contribution, which have set the tone for our discussions today. We will now proceed to the next segment of the plenary session, an interactive panel discussion. I would like to invite the President Nikos Christodoulides to chair the panel and to introduce the panelists for the interactive discussion. Please, Mr. President. President Ursula von der Leyen, President Emmanuel Macron, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Please, dear friends.
So let me start by thanking the Armenian government for hosting us and for the excellent hospitality. We meet here at Yerevan at a very critical moment. I would say at a time of geopolitical tensions, economic uncertainties, and growing pressures on our democratic institutions. There is no doubt, and I think that all of us will agree that there is a need to strengthen dialogue, to strengthen cooperation and collective resilience. And the European political community is the right forum to address these challenges, and especially to discuss how to maintain European coherence and unity in time of multiple crises, how to reinforce European security as a continental and not just European Union, as a continental necessity. We are witnessing a fundamental shift in our security landscape from conventional warfare to hybrid threats. Today's challenges do not stop at the borders of the European Union. They are continental, and they demand what we call a whole of Europe response. Within this context, a credible European security policy must be anchored in a 360-degree perspective, addressing the volatility of the Middle East, of Ukraine, of Western Balkans. Is not a matter of regional preference, but it is a strategic requirement for the entire European family, from London to Nicosia, from Paris to Yerevan. And I really believe that, and I think this is shared by most of the leaders that are present, a more autonomous Europe is now a strategic responsibility. Whether deepening the European industrial base or strengthening ties with like-minded partners like Canada, which is with us today, our objective is to ensure that Europe has the capacity to act when and where it matters. And I will stop here, and I'm eager to hear from colleagues, from Ursula, from Georgia, from Emmanuel, from Keir, on how we can build a security architecture that protects the fundamental freedoms of every citizen across our continent. So let me first pass the floor to Ursula. Dear Ursula, looking at the current geopolitical situation, the very challenging geopolitical situation, what do you see as Europe's main responsibility in the years ahead, also taking into account what you refer to, a number of cases, I fully agree, as Europe's independent moment?
Yeah, thank you very much. Nicole Pashinyan, first of all, thank you very much for being such a fantastic host. And indeed, the speakers of the opening of the plenary and you in your question, you described already the turmoil the world is in. I will not linger at that. But during these last years, since we have the EPC actually, during the last 4 years, if there's anything we have learned, then this is how vulnerable we are if we have over-dependencies. And it was a painful process to learn about these over-dependencies. I want to mention 3. The first one is the over-dependency on imported fossil fuels. Energy has always been a stumblestone in the internal market of the European Union, which I oversee. But now with the crisis, the conflict in the Middle East, it has really become a choke point for us. And it is this over-dependency on the volatility of the global prices of energy that is painfully hurting our competitiveness. But we have assets. That's also important. We have assets in the European Union. These are the energies that grow at home. It is the renewable energies from wind and sun to hydropower to geothermal, but also to biomass, you name it. And it is nuclear. And we have to build our energy reliance much stronger, much more reliable on these homegrown, cheaper and predictable energy sources that we do have. And for that, it is important that we electrify the European Union. I will not go into the detail, but my first point is energy. Energy is, for us, crucial, and it has to be much more independent that we deliver our energy for the Europeans. Second point is, of course, security and defense. I mean, if there was an eye-opener over the last 4 years, then it is in the fact that we need to be able to stand up for ourselves. It's long overdue. This is the reason why we mobilized up to 800 billion euros till 2030 to fill the gaps that we have in security and defense. It is of utmost importance that we are more independent in this topic and that we are able to build a credible deterrence, because the best prevention of potential military aggression is a credible deterrence. And this is a task where all of us here in the room are assembled to deliver on a much more credible, stronger, together with Ukraine, stronger and reliable security and defense. And my third point is that European independence does not mean inward looking, not at all. It's the opposite. It is reaching out to like-minded partners. I mean, this is symbolic here also, to reach out to like-minded partners, because we need also stable, reliable supply chains. And supply chains we need from partners. And therefore, you have witnessed over the last years that we have very much intensified our network of free trade agreements with Latin America, with India, with Australia, and I will be traveling with Antonio to Mexico. We have the biggest network of free trade agreements worldwide, and we should really cherish this and work with that to make sure that we get more independent and have reliable supply chains. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Ursula. You very correctly mentioned energy, defense and security, and more outward-looking European Union. Let me now go to Georgia. Italy has often underlined, and I fully agree with this approach, that the strategic importance of the Mediterranean and the greater Middle East, promoting what we say as 360 degrees approach between the eastern and the southern flanks, but also to different kind of common challenges. One common challenge that we have is migration. So in today's very complex international environment, how can European countries like Italy better address possible increase on migratory pressures? We have the crisis now in the Middle East, so migration is there. Taking also into account the nexus between migration, stability, and security in Europe.
Okay, thank you very much, Nikos. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you very much, Prime Minister Pashinyan, for this fantastic organization. Well, we are speaking today about a polycrisis, okay? But what does it mean, polycrisis? I mean, I think it is not simply that we are facing lots of crises together. That's it. The problem is all those crises are related one to the other and feed one the other. And I think it is very important we understand that also to face the fact that we cannot simply take care of one or two facets of this crisis, but we have to tackle them all. And I will use exactly, for Nikos was asking about migration, the example of migration. Obviously, we know one piece of this polycrisis. Second, migration is in
that the strategic
also linked to for we have also to fight against traffickers. We have to avoid that a new crisis as the one we had in 2015 happens again, and we have to cooperate with the origin and transit countries. And that brings me back to the beginning and to the second part of the question that Nikos did. I mean, the problem is, if we've got this polycrisis, are we able to face it the way it needs to be addressed? My idea is that at the level of the European Union, for example, in recent years we have shown our ability to respond to emergencies. We did it with the pandemic crisis, we did it with Ukraine. But I also think now we have to step up our game. That means to pass from our capacity to react to our capacity to anticipate. That means we have to focus much more on our strategy in the long term, and this kind of discussions are very useful for that. And the strategy, in my opinion, should be a stronger focus not only on the like-minded countries, obviously it's very, very important, but also on our geographic neighborhood. Obviously, what we are doing now with like-minded countries, with the EPC, is very important, and we have to improve it, and I'm very happy that Mark is here. But I think we should also focus, for example, from the point of view of Italy, I think we should focus much more, for example, on our Mediterranean neighborhood. I think we should work also on a forum like the EPC, which is fundamental, obviously, for us in these times, concentrated in the geographical space of the wide Mediterranean. In the past, with Ursula, with other member states, with the European Union, we've been trying to tackle migration. We were pushed to pay much more attention to countries across the Mediterranean. Now, in my opinion, the challenge is to broaden this approach, to bring together security, development, energy in our cooperation with neighboring countries. For this is the best way we have to respond to a crisis which is not only one crisis. It's lots of crises altogether, but unfortunately they are part of the same crisis and we have to tackle it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. You very correctly raised the issue of tackling the root causes of migration by working together with the countries of origin. Emmanuel, you were the first to propose the European political community, which brings us together to discuss challenges and opportunities. And you have consistently highlighted the importance of European strategic autonomy. How do you see the concept of European strategic autonomy evolving in today's security environment? And another question with regards to the Strait of Hormuz. All of us will commend your leadership on the matter together with Kier, since we agree what happens in the Middle East directly affects Europe. How do you see the situation evolving and what we can do as Europeans to facilitate the day after with regard to the Strait of Hormuz? Thanks.
Thanks, Nikos. Thank you very much, colleagues. And Nicole, thank you very much for hosting us and organizing this EPC. Look, I really believe that when we speak about strategic autonomy, it was perfectly phrased by Mark in his speech with the list of sectors when we speak about strategic autonomy. It's not just dealing with defense and security and energy, but these components are critical, and food. But now we have to speak about space, we have to speak about semiconductors and so on, because it's impossible to have a sustainable strategic autonomy on defense if you are 100% dependent when you speak about semiconductors to some other countries. So we clearly see, given the integration of our global economy and our innovation system, that building and strengthening our strategic autonomy requires much more focus on these key pillars where we have over-dependencies. And we experienced the cost of over-dependencies during the past few years. In COVID time, when we spoke about masks and some medical devices, the Russian war against Ukraine revealed our over-dependencies regarding gas and Russian gas. We are experiencing the cost of our over-dependencies when we speak about the American umbrella in terms of defense and security. Let's be honest, this is the elephant in the room. But if Mark is here as well, this is because he feels more close to the Europeans and because we are all together and we consider we have to be more united, because there is a sort of a doubt or a question mark when we speak about the fact that no doubt about the American solidarity on all these fields. And we will probably experience the cost of our over-dependencies vis-à-vis China. No doubt. So the big issue we have is that we have a lot of, beyond the wars and beyond the crisis, we have a big de-risking strategy to deliver, which will request much more investment and coordination amongst the Europeans. And let's be clear, it needs more solidarity, more investment, better organization in order to better integrate our value chain together and de-risk our value chains from the main geopolitical risks we identify. Which means sometimes deciding to relocalize some productions amongst all of us, diversifying our partnerships in order to de-risk the over-dependencies. But this is the approach we will have to complete in the years to come. And one of the main risks we have is an acceleration of the confrontation, especially between China and US, which could reveal much more rapidly some of these dependencies and put us in a corner. Having said that, I think we have a series of, I would say, assets probably we underestimate, which are the main links we have beyond geography. But I really believe that believing in the democracy, rule-based order, respect of an open trade and free trade, believing in climate change through innovation and reasonable approach, creates a lot of links amongst us, and our predictability in order to deliver this agenda is a big advantage vis-à-vis a lot of non-European players. When I look at the Gulf, when I look at Asian countries, when I look at Latin America or Africa, they just want to have predictable partners. They can disagree with us. Sometimes our interests will not be aligned. But as long as we deliver our agenda being predictable, it makes sense. If we go to Hormuz Strait, I think we have a very important role to play. A lot of us were around this VTC we co-organized with Kier, and Georgia was with us in Paris with Friedrich. And we had a lot of Asian countries, a lot of African countries and Gulf countries. And it was very impressive to see that everybody was aligned. And I think the role we can play is precisely, obviously we are trusted by the US, but we are respected and trusted by the Iranian. We are not naive vis-à-vis the Iranian, but we are not at war with them, which creates a context where we can be this all together. We can provide, I would say, services from diplomatic, military, and economic and financial side in order to facilitate a free reopening of Hormuz Strait. And this is exactly the strategy we are preparing. The planification work was made last week in London. So now we are in a situation clearly to facilitate such a reopening, which puts us in this situation to be this reliable partner and to open this free road. So this is, I really believe, one of the assets we have. But beyond that, I really believe that our interest is to decrease the tensions in a lot of situations, to remain coordinated and full solidarity. Ukraine is by far the hottest topic, but to work all together on this agenda of strategic autonomy. And by the way, I think the work made during the past few years by Nicole on Armenia is very impressive. Let's be honest. 8 years ago, nobody would come here, and the fact that you have so many first visits in your country is a good signal, because 8 years ago, this country was seen by a lot of countries around the table as a sort of de facto satellite of Russia. Nicole organized this Velvet Revolution and decided to de-risk his country from Russia. And he's still attacked on a daily basis because of that. And the fact that he decided both peace and Europe is a very strong signal. And the resistance war in Ukraine, the Armenian strategy, what is done in Moldova, plus what is done by a lot of countries around the table, is as well the fact that as Europeans, we decided during the past few years to have a collective wake-up call and not to be dependent on any big power. And this is as well one of the preconditions of this strategic autonomy.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I keep the word predictable partners in this unpredictable world. Here, under your leadership, we see that the UK is taking a very active role on all issues affecting our continent from Ukraine, including the collision of the wheeling, on the issue of the Strait of Hormuz more recently, as well as on the issue of migration. I wanted to ask you if you could elaborate on these collective challenges and on priorities on how we work together.
Well, thank you very much, and it's fantastic to be here. Emmanuel said there's a number of people on their first-time visit to Armenia. I'm one of them. And so thank you for the very warm welcome. It's really fantastic to be here, to get a real sense of the history, the culture, but the warmth of the welcome, I think, has been something that all of us who are here for the first time have really noticed, and thank you very much for that. Look, the European political community is a good opportunity for us to come together in this configuration and discuss and return to the challenges that face us all, whether that's the economy, whether that's energy, whether that's irregular migration, as Georgia has said, which was the theme, actually, of the last EPC that we had just 6 months ago. And there's a declaration that we've put together for this EPC, which is really important in taking that work forward. But what I'd say about this particular summit is that the backdrop has changed. We are now facing a war on two fronts. We're going into the 5th year of the Ukraine war, and we've got the Iran conflict at the same time. And both of those are impacting all of us in a very material way. In the United Kingdom, if you look at the economic forecast now and compare it to the economic forecast just 3 or 4 months ago, they are in materially different places. And this is going to play out with our electorates in all of our countries. The impact is not just economic. Certainly in the United Kingdom and elsewhere, there are proxy attacks going on, both Russia and Iranian, on our streets and by way of cyber attacks. So this is not something remote. It's very real. It's real for Vladimir, and we, of course, stand with him, as we always have. But it's impacting us. The third way it's impacting us has already been alluded to, which is that we cannot deny that some of the alliances that we have come to rely on are not in the place we would want them to be. There is more tension in the alliances than there should be. And it's very important that we therefore face up to this as a group of countries together. At the tactical level, I think we've been pretty good. So on the coalition of the willing in relation to Ukraine, we've put together and sustained a group of countries around a single purpose, which is security guarantees for Ukraine. So a group of willing countries working together with a common purpose or a single purpose, where we've got the political alignment, but we've also got the military planning into quite an advanced place. That model is the one that we've borrowed into the Strait of Hormuz. Again, a group of willing countries, slightly different configuration, but with a single purpose, which is to provide the necessary backup and reassurance for the Strait of Hormuz to be opened as quickly, or for vessels to get through as quickly as possible. And I think that proves that we can be agile, we can be tactical, and we can bring together countries in those configurations, so long as there's a single purpose. But strategically, we have to do more than that, because if we talk about defence and security, in Europe we've got behind. Over many years now, we're not where we need to be. There needs to be a stronger European element in NATO, I have no doubt about that. So across defence and security, and trade and energy, all of which have been weaponised, we need a much stronger Europe coming together around these issues. And I think we're all saying versions of the same thing, but I really do feel it goes back to what you said, Mark, in a way. As we come through the challenges that face us, it has to be Europe now that leads the way. And I feel that on defence and security, we've been behind the curve for too long, over dependencies, over reliance, some assumptions about the world that we live in. They've gone. We now need to lead out of this, and we need to do it at pace, because these impacts are real, the alliances that are under tension are real, and how we as a group of leaders respond now will likely define what goes on for many years, arguably for a generation. So I feel this is a really important moment to come together and have these discussions about what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, and what action then follows from that. Thank you very much, Nikos.
Thank you, Keir. Thank you all. I think it is clear from this discussion that the strength of the whole of Europe approach lies in our shared values. We have shared values. We share values and principles, and by defending the sovereignty and the freedom of every corner of our continent, we are not just protecting our borders and our citizens, but at the same time, we are securing a peaceful future. Thank you very much, and thank you very much once again for hosting us here.
Excellencies, thank you for your active participation and for the focus and substantive exchange we have had during this plenary session. As now the okay, please. The
I just
floor
need to come
is
in,
yours,
I think, since
Madam President.
One particular intervention focused particularly on the European Parliament, I think it deserves a very quick reply. I think meetings with a degree of disagreements are always healthy, but I would like to quickly respond and underline that the European Parliament is a directly elected democratic body with resolutions that are adopted by majority, understanding that the outcome might be uncomfortable for some, but we will never change the way we work and defend the positions that we take.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, our plan now is the following. From now, I would like to invite all of you to the informal buffet lunch for 1 hour 15 minutes, which will also provide a opportunity for bilateral and multilateral exchanges. And after that, after 1 hour and 15 minutes, for 1 hour we will have round-table discussions, and we will have 4 parallel round-table sessions organized around 2 main topics: reinforcing democratic resilience and addressing hybrid threats, and this was first one, and second one, strengthening connectivity and economic security in the context of the green transition. And the duration of roundtables will be 1 hour, and after that additional time will be available for bilateral and multilateral meetings as well as side events. Please note that after that, approximately 4:15, we will reconvene in this hall for the closing plenary of the 8th European Political Community Summit. So I look forward to our continued discussions and constructive engagement to the summit. Thank you very much.